Alright, so now for something completely different than what I usually do. Normally I'm here streaming Fate Stay Night because I've been playing the Heaven's Feel route. But I figured, let's take a break after episode 10 and do something else that I like doing, which is D&D 3.5. So I figured, may as well create a character today. It's not something that I've done on stream before, obviously. So this is going to be kind of stumbling through it while I'm talking about it. So let's just pop on the live scene. So here's our 3.5 character sheet. I'm also going to throw on some music because otherwise you're just going to have to deal with my sultry voice and nothing else. There we go. Let's do the Astral Chain soundtrack. All right. So my method for, well, I guess first of all I should say for anyone who doesn't really play 3.5, mostly plays 5e, the character sheet looks a lot different. It's got your basic stuff that you'd expect, like HP, AC, your stats, character names, stuff like that. But as you might be able to tell, there's quite a bit longer skill list in 3.5, and different saves entirely too. I like 3.5 because it's got a whole bunch of like stupid bullshit, and it's a lot more customizable. 5e is really streamlined and great for, just having a good time, but I like just what you can do with 3.5. So, the first thing that I usually start with figuring out for my D&D characters is what I want them to be. And I start with what I'm really into at the time. So, as an example, what my more famous character, Arena from Dingo Doodle's campaign, her whole deal was that I forgot to make a character until the day before the campaign started. So I needed to whip something up really quick, and I was finishing Steel Ball Run at the time, and watching Kamen Rider Wizard. So that sort of formed the base of my character. I was going to make a female Gyro Zeppeli, and she was going to be a magical girl, because Felix allowed that. And I guess it just flew off the handle from there. The Kamen Rider Wizard aspects kind of popped in once she started exploring her magical girl powers. She got these, 4 elemental rings that changed her costume. And my current D&D campaign character, his name is Akuto, and he's a Kitsune Phantom Thief. At the time I was watching Lupin Ranger versus Pat Ranger, and I really, really liked Lupin Ranger / Pat Ranger X's whole thing where they were playing both sides. So I decided I was going to make a Phantom Thief who was also the detective on their own case. And I had an absolute blast making that character. But unfortunately later they lost their detective persona, so they had to go out. But because of that, I played Arena as a homebrew magical girl, and I played Akuto as a sort of so Felix provided the homebrew, but it's essentially just a fancier rogue, focused on stealing stuff as opposed to backstabs and the like. So I guess the question is, what am I into right now that we can start this character off with? I've been watching a lot of Kamen Rider Saber, as much as it comes out, but I've also been watching 01. So maybe we could make I don't know, maybe a magical sword user or transforming hero. I kind of really like the transforming hero trope, but I don't know what kind of class they would be. So maybe, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's make a Kamen Rider. Let's make a transforming hero. So to start off with that, let's take a look at the classes that they have in 3.5. And I conveniently have an alphabetized class list that goes all the way down there. If we can't find something that'll work, think if I pull the Synthesis Summoner from Pathfinder, that should work really, really well. Alright, so we can ignore any of the NPC classes like Commoner or Aristocrat because they're classes that have like 3 HP. I think Adept is more along the magic side, so we don't really want anything like that. Dancer, we need somebody that, like, can transform into a hero by, like, donning some kind of armor. Eidolon, I think, is another... Oh, sorry. Eidolon, I think, is another NPC class or, like, something for ghosts. We could go with a boring-ass knight, I guess, if we want to do, like, a sword thing. But... where is it? Sword Sage, I think it was called. There we go. Sword Sage is a really good sword user because they have, like, different styles, which is really, really fun. What else is there that could turn into our Henshin hero? I think we're just going to have to go with the Pathfinder Synthesis Summoner. So let's go with that. Now, Pathfinder is a different system than D&D, but it's essentially like Streamline 3.5, so you can adapt a lot of the things from it. And that all depends on your DM. My DM's cool with it, but your DM might not be. Yeah, whatever. So, Synthesist is a summoner archetype. So essentially, what you do is you take your summoner class, and it'll list off stuff that you swap out with, and you do that. So what I really like about the Synthesis Summoner is that instead of getting, like, a stand, you get what's essentially, like, superhero armor that overlays on top of you. And it has its own stats, and you have your own stats, but when you fuse with them, you get their strength, dex, and con, and you get to keep your int, wisdom, and charisma. So, what we'll do... Where are you? We'll start with the regular summoner, just to get our base stuff. So, you know, summoners are basically mages that can also have their own personalized companion, called Eidolon. And they're completely customizable. Like, straight up, you can give them, like, different hands, different feet, like wings, beaks, crazy shit. So we'll start with that as our class. So we'll go into our interactive character sheet. Player is me. And we'll do Summoner 1. And, you know, depending on how the night goes, maybe I'll level it up at some point, just to show you how that goes. But you guys are smart. I'm sure you guys can figure it out if we don't level it up. Alright. So, base attack bonus. Nothing to write home about at level 1. +2 to our will save, so we'll throw that on. So we have a +2 to our will save. And it's at this point you sort of start figuring out what you want your base stats to be. And actually, we're going to have to do a second character sheet for the Eidolon. If I remember correctly. Let's just scroll down a little bit and make sure. There we go. Just separate Eidolon thing. Essentially, yeah, you create a second character sheet for your cohort character. And then apply the Eidolon class to it. And, you know, simple enough, right? Uh, Eidolon class, there's a lot of reading to go through, so we'll go to that when I make the Eidolon. But essentially, you're creating another separate character. I remember one time I played a summoner in one of my campaigns, and I wanted it to behave like a JoJo stand, so I decided to make it look like Daft Punk and call it Instant Crush, and it was super cool. It had this ability called One More Time, where it could repeat a character, like a specified character's action, perfectly on its turn. Perfectly, as in the exact same way that that character's action played out. So if they rolled a natural 20, then the Eidolon repeats that action as though they got a natural 20. If they got a natural 1, then, the Eidolon cuts its neck off. So it's really fun. So for our character, because we're doing the synthesist version of Summoner, I'll just go back to Summoner Archetypes and make a new tab for this. We have to make our character with good, I guess, mind scores, and we can make the other stuff as our dump stats, because we're going to be wearing our summon for combat mostly. We'll still want to have, like, decent stuff, but we want to focus on the mind stats. So the way that I usually do stats is roll 5d6 and then drop the 2 lowest, and that's where you get your numbers. So let's, I thought I had a tab where I rolled stuff, but guess not. So we're going to go to Google and roll 5d6. So for our first ones, we got 5, 4, and 3. So that's a 12. That's kind of low. So let's throw that in our con. I'm of the opinion that con is my dump stat, because every character that I've played, aside from Arena, because she had a crazy thing with her HP. Again, the class was broken, so we had to nerf it a bit. But I find that it's really fun playing a character where if you get hit, then you fucked up, because just the stress of knowing that, like, an enemy's hit can make you unconscious if you actually don't play correctly is fantastic. It's like, I'd say it was D&D on hard mode, but you obviously balance it towards other stuff, so. Alright, so that's our first score. We'll roll that again. And that's a really good one. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's a 17, which is incredibly high. I believe Summoner's a Charisma caster, right? Let's just take a look at our spell list. Yeah, so Summoner's a Charisma class, which means we want a high Charisma score so that we can just cast crazy spells. So, yeah, let's throw that 17 in our Charisma. Whoops, and we threw a 12 in our con? Oh, that was the Eidolon's sheet. My bad. So yeah, 17 in our Charisma, 12 in our con. We'll roll that up again. This one really incredibly sucks. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 kind of sucks. So let's swap our con for a 10 and throw the 12 in our strength. Because our Eidolon's going to be doing most of the fighting anyways, so we don't really need a lot of strength. Next one. That also incredibly sucks. That's a 9. So let's throw that 9 to our con, throw that 10 to our dex, and pray to Satan that we get something good for Int and Wiz. That's a bit better. So that's 15. Now, at this point is where I try to figure out if we're going to be making our character a skill monkey or not. let's take a look at our summoner's class skills. So that's actually a very small list. Uh, so our intelligence modifier isn't really going to do much. You'll notice that we have stuff like linguistics, and our character sheet, in fact, does not have a linguistics skill. Linguistics, I believe, is just diplomacy, intimidation, and bluff concentrated into one. So essentially, if we're proficient in linguistics, we are proficient in all of those. It's a bit weird just swapping between Pathfinder and 3.5, but you can make it work. So let's take a look. Since we don't really have too high of class skills, we can think about not making our intelligence a priority, but that's a nice 15. And we haven't really thought about the background of our character yet, so some of these stats might swap around because of the background. So screw it. Let's throw our 15 into intelligence. And roll our last one. So that's 12 again. So we're going to throw our 12 into wisdom. And you've got the basic spread. Again, when we think about our character's backstory, that might change. And, yep, we did our base stuff. We got 1 first level spell per day, and we've also got cantrips. So we got our... we've got our 1 spell per day. I don't believe it limits us on spells known. Let's just figure it out. Oh no. We have the spells known over here. So at first level we know 4 cantrips and 2 first level spells. So we got 4 and 2. And I think we accidentally... Did we put it in... Okay. So for some reason it didn't save. We got... That was 1, right? There it is. Yeah, 1 first level spell per day. That's the magic of cantrips. You can just do however many of them that you want. Alright. Next thing to do is roll our HP. To do that, we have to figure out what our race is. And I've got every playable race in 3.5 without a level adjustment. Because level adjustments aren't my thing. It's really boring when, like, you have to wait for 3 level ups just to start leveling up with everybody. And, like, you start out really strong, but you lag behind at some point, in my opinion. So what kind of race do we want to make our character? My go-to race is Rilken, because Rilkens, let's see if they have what's cool about them here. It's gonna be like all the way at the bottom. Where are you? Rilken, there we go. They get a plus to Dex, but what I really like is that they have this thing called racial knowledge, where you have proficiency. Well, I guess, sorry, you can use any of the knowledges and have a +1 in them. You don't have to actually have it as a specific skill, which is really, really nice. The downside, however, is that, you get the -2 strength, and with what we're going for over here, that brings our strength down to 10, so we got 0, 0, -1. And that -1 in con is going to really bite us in our ass, because to factor your hit points, you have to take your con, and you can see how that might be kind of bad. Now, from a role playing perspective, that can be really, really fun because, like, you know, you might be playing as like a sickly character who just, you know, can't take a lot, or like they're legitimately just normal ass guy. And I think that's what we're going to go for with this character. I think they might want to be like just a commoner who stumbled across some power just because of what we rolled. Uh, and in terms of backstory, like what your stats are can really influence what you want to play as you're building it. So I don't think I'm going to go with Rilken just because of how bad that handicap is going to be. Where did I throw it? But what's going to be a fun race to play? We got the anthropomorphic animals at the top, but I'm not really in a furry kind of mood. It'd be really fun to play like a monstrous race that just is incredibly weak. What else do we have? Or maybe like a... oh man, what if we played like a kobold that just stumbled across like summoning armor? Faun might be fun too. But they're more of a bard type character. I have a preference against like the more base races. Like I don't like playing humans, I don't like playing dwarves, I don't like playing halflings, I don't like playing elves. Cuz they're the vanilla of all these races. Like you got the Rilkens, who are like these mostly lizard people, or like the Skarn, which have like spikes on them, or you got like the Kenku, which is just it's a bird. Yeah, I think the Nezumi is a rat kind of deal. Everyone and their mom plays an Aasimar, but that might do really, really well for our might do really, really well for our intelligence skills. Or Tiefling. But that kind of... Unfortunately, Tiefling takes away from our charisma, and we really are going to want that. So let's see what an Aasimar does. Alright, so Aasimar are like these angel dudes. So let's go for the 3.5 stat block. This is a weird website. I'm gonna see if I can find something a bit more official. Let's ask Reddit. Okay, so it's the plain text in 3.5 Monster Manual. And it doesn't look like... There we go. Aasimar's characters. So +2 wisdom, +2 charisma. So we'll go in here. We get +2 to bring our wisdom up to 14. And +2 charisma to get a whopping 19. Now, that 19 is a really, really fucking huge number that I don't personally usually see when I make characters. So this one's gonna be beefy for like certain skills. All right, they're medium sized, so we're gonna throw that on there. Where are you? I thought I saw a build on here somewhere, but I guess I could be wrong. They're medium sized, so we'll figure out like their actual height, weight, and stuff once we figure out more about them, like their age, their gender, whatever. There we go. Size. Medium. Their land speed is 30 feet, so we throw that into here. They got Dark Vision, which is going to be really helpful. Okay, guess it's not going to let us do the apostrophe. So yeah, we got speed 30. And special ability, Dark Vision up to how much? 60 feet. So 60 feet of Dark Vision. They have a +2 bonus on Spot and Listen. So that's going to be our skill table right here. We got Spot. And at the very end, I believe that's our MISC modifier. So that was Spot and Listen for +2. Oh, but they've got a +1 level adjustment, which... Okay. So this one said that it didn't have a level adjustment. So let's take a look at this. Player's Guide to Faerun, page 191. Because I want to see what the deal is with this, because level adjustments are bullshit. I'm sorry to anyone who likes to play with level adjustments, but it's just no fun not leveling up with your crew. Especially like that first one where, like, depending on whether you do like a points-based or a milestone-based experience system, that was 191. Like that first level up. Hey, how's it going? We're making an Aasimar synthesis summoner. So that's gonna be interesting. Glad to have you here. Alright, so 191. It's saying... Okay, there we go. So, as an alternative to the use of negative level adjustments, we can have a lesser version which makes us drop some cool stuff, but actually let us play and level up with our friends. So let's take a look if we can find... I think they called them Planes Touched. There we go. Humans, Plane Touch subtype. Where are you? Oh, you know what? We're on the wrong one. It should be over here. Why is it not telling? Maybe we can't do an Aasimar if we don't want a level adjustment. Yeah, but we're doing the Pathfinder Summoner, which is, you know, to convert it to 3.5, we just have to swap out some skills, but we also get to make a second character sheet for Eidolon, so it's going to be really, really fun. At the beginning, I explained that the way that I create a D&D character is I take something that I'm really into at the time, and I try to adapt it for use in D&D. So right now I'm watching a lot of Kamen Rider. I just finished up 01, and I'm starting Kamen Rider Saber, so I wanted to do like a transforming hero. And Pathfinder has a subtype for Summoner called the Synthesist, which basically makes it so that they can fuse with their Eidolon and essentially turn into a superhero. But now I'm trying to figure out how can we avoid a level adjustment. Where did I throw that? There we go, Faerun. I want to figure out how to avoid a level adjustment for an Aasimar. Yeah, it's definitely something that you'd have to talk to your DM about. Just because everyone runs their games differently. And sorry to headphone... Actually, I'm going to unplug the mics so I can open a can of pop. I want to kill headphone users by opening pop on mic. But yeah, I think we're going to have to rethink... Yeah, we're definitely going to have to rethink Aasimar if we can't really do much without their level adjustment. Because I am not seeing... Let's Google it. Lesser Aasimar 3.5. Okay. So yeah, we still get the +2 to Wiz and Charisma. Still get the Dark Vision. Still get the Spot and Listen. We ditched the racial feats. So I don't think I put any on there yet. That's good. Where did I throw it? And we get Common and Celestial as automatic languages. I know it says favorite class Paladin, but we're not going to use the favorite class. That's boring. So yeah, we get Common and Celestial. If I remember correctly, in 3.5, bonus languages are determined by intelligence modifier? Let's double check that. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, equal to your int modifier. So when we were doing our skills, our int modifier, we chose a high one, so we get 2 bonus languages. So we get to choose between Draconic, Dwarven, Elven, Gnome, Halfling, and Sylvan. Unfortunately... Okay. Yeah, Pathfinder is essentially just more streamlined 3.5. I really like what Pathfinder brings to the table, and luckily my DM Felix lets us sort of adapt it. That's why we get stuff like let's take a look at the skill, like where is it? Linguistics. In 3.5, that's been broken down into bluff, diplomacy, and intimidate. So when adapting Pathfinder for 3.5 and 3.5 for Pathfinder, you'd sort of have to make these adjustments accordingly. Where are you? There we go. So yeah, just we don't know the campaign setting, unfortunately, because we're just making a character for shits and gigs. So let's be naughty here. Let's steal the Fool's Gold setting. So in the Fool's Gold setting, that was set in the Billowing Wilds. What we can see is a lot of animal folk, a la Alchemist Quarry. We got tons of elves because we got the techno elves, which are the Foreclaimers, and we've got Texas Thelonious, the snooty elf, and whatever Mr. Wizardly is. So I think Elven is probably going to be one good way to go. And I want to say that probably Sylvan would be a good thing for the campaign setting. Again, if you know what the campaign setting is going in, then you can adjust things accordingly. But if you're going in blind, you just gotta really hope for the best. So what we're going to do is we're going to add Elven and Sylvan. So we got that. We got our race, which is Lesser Aasimar. And we'll fill in other things as we make our character's backstory, because I find that, like, just choosing things on a piece of paper and trying to make a backstory from that is a bit more limiting. And if you make your backstory and try to adapt it onto the page, you can sort of figure things out. Oh, I can definitely see that. Like, just, you open a scientific textbook, and, most of it's in common, but, like, animal names and, like, names of elements are all in Elven. That might make for a really good campaign setting where, like, every race is sort of good at one type of science. So with that field, it uses their language. So like biology would be in like dwarven, or like elven stuff would be like in terms of alchemy with the elements. You can, like, when you think about who inhabits your setting, you can really make a really cool setting. All right. So, because we're choosing Lesser Aasimar, we get no level adjustment, which makes me happy because I absolutely hate those. So we got those. Let's see where we're at. We can add some of our summoner skills. So we got cantrips. There is a Pathfinder Summoner spell list, and we get Foreknown. So Acid Splash, Arcane Mark, Daze, Detect Magic, Guidance, Light, Mage Hand, Mending, Message, Open Close, Read Magic, Resistance. Again, some of these things I like to save for after we create the backstory, because, like, if you choose that you want, Acid Splash and Guidance, then that sort of limits what you can do in your backstory, because you have to sort of justify what you've chosen. Whereas if you make your backstory first, you can be like, oh yeah, no, they would totally have Guidance and Light. You don't make somebody who, like, digs ditches and doesn't know how to cast Light. So we know cantrips. We have an Eidolon, Lifelink, and Summon Monster 1. So we're just going to add those to the character sheet as Eidolon, Lifelink, I believe it was, and Summon Monster 1. All right. So I think with that, let's take a look. We've got most of our stats done. Oh, I completely forgot to do HP. We decided that Con was going to be our dump stat, because when you make a synthesis summoner, when you apply the Eidolon onto yourself, it replaces your strength, dex, and con scores, and then you keep your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. So we can sort of make certain skills dump stats because our Eidolon's going to compensate for it later. And, it'll make for an interesting backstory if we have, like, -1 in our con, because, like, oh, we're just a normal dude. Like, if we get hit by a spear, then we're going to get seriously injured. But if we have our Eidolon on, that's when we become cool. Alright, so Summoner has a D8 for hit die. Now you can either choose to go with 4 or you can chance it. I am a big proponent of chancing it. Now watch us get a 2. Okay, we got a 7. So we rolled a 7 in our hit die. Our con score is -1. That makes our HP 6. We have a dex modifier of 0, so our AC stays the same. Size, of course. So I think we're about ready to figure out our backstory. So what I like to do for character backstory, and I have it in a different window right now because I was using it earlier, is Hirohiko Araki's character sheet. If I got a 1, then I would ask the DM to reroll. Just 100%. Like, you don't recover from that. Not only that, but we have a house rule where we mostly reroll ones. It's not fun if you get destroyed in the character creation process. So yeah, with my more famous character, Irina, I didn't have this character sheet, and I had to go blind. But with my current character, Akito, yeah, you start the campaign and you're a corpse, and the first quest is to resurrect your dead companion. So I got this book called Manga in Theory and Practice, and the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Hirohiko Araki, explained that he has this sort of character history sheet that he goes through in order to create, a well-rounded character. And I really liked that because if you read or if you watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, a lot of the characters have just some really stupid quirks or, like, dumb information about themselves. So, I figured, okay, let's implement that into the character creation process. And you get a lot of interesting stuff, like, you have to figure out what their criminal record is, or if they have any moles, or, like, what their relationships with other people are. Even, like, if they have, like, a favorite necklace or something. And, it doesn't really sound like much, but it can make your character a lot more well-rounded throughout the course of the campaign, because as stuff happens to them, you can figure out how they can respond. So we're going to be filling out this character sheet to figure out our character's backstory. And I put it into, a doc, because I'm not filling out that sheet. That is way too small. So we got an Aasimar summoner. That's the base that we're starting with. I think race is just down here, so they're an Aasimar. What do we want their name to be? Now, I don't know if I'm going to use this character for anything. In the perfect world, I could probably use this as a backup character in case my current one dies. But we're not going to take that as an assumption. We're gonna do this in a fun way. Also, sorry about that black bar that keeps popping up. I have no idea what that is. So, as Professor Oak asked, are you a boy or a girl? We're making a Kamen Rider. Kamen Riders are 90% guys. Every time that there's a female Kamen Rider, they either get screwed out of extra forms or dead. So let's make a female Kamen Rider. And let's not do that in bold and underlined. Alright, so we got female character. What's a cool name for a girl? She's an Aasimar. What I like to do is just, Google Aasimar names. Wow, those do not make any sense. Okay, let's try to pronounce a couple of these. Zovram Pemmelrun. Nildunt Vuram. Vernden Dergolr. Let's just see how dumb these go. Alright, let's generate some of them. I don't think we're going to be using this name generator. Oh man. Like, it's just word salad. Alright. Let's try to figure out. Right? Like, alright, their first name. Alright, that's a bit too many K's. Let's re-roll that one. There we go. Now, we're not going to be like that. I think the best way to do it, because we're playing a lesser Aasimar, which means they, have more human blood. So having a human first name and having, like, a super cool, like, spooky last name might be really fun. What do we got for names? What's some cool stuff? I mean, we could name her, like, Jessica, but that would be a bit too, like, generic. What about something like... What about something like Lorelei? I like that one from Pokemon, because, like, you walk into the Indigo Plateau, and you got, like, Bruno and Agatha, and... What was his name? Lance? Yeah, you got Lance. And then you just get Lorelei, and it's just such a non-standard name. I really like that. So yeah, her first name will be Lorelei, and her last name's got to be something like angelic, because that's what Aasimar are. So let's check out some angels. Uh, there we go. List of angels in theology. Albathar Munzania. Agabal. Chakidri. Chazakiel. That's really cool. Or what we could do, if we're feeling naughty, we can give them a demon. Yeah, suffixes are pretty good, but what do we have? What do we have for demons? Because maybe we could spin that into something where, like, the parent was a fallen angel. Ooh, like, what if we find other names for Lucifer? Because that could. I'm a really big proponent of giving your character backstory to the DM so that they can include it in the plot. So, like, if you have, like, big bad demon as their parent, then, you know, they can factor that into how their world shapes. So the most famous fallen angel is Lucifer. Oh, that's really interesting. So, like, did you so the last name was a single tongue click. So did that, like, register to people, or did people just not get it until later? Because that sounds like it would be really, really fun. All right. Okay, well that's still really, really fun to have, like, an in joke between everyone. So Lucifer is one of the more famous fallen angels, or actually, let's get a whole whack of them. See if maybe we got a few of them. One and okay. What are the 7 fallen angels? Moloch, Chemosh, Dagon, Belial, Beelzebub, and Satan himself. Belial doesn't really sound like a last name, does it? Because it would be kind of cool to have a character who just says that, oh yeah, my name is Lorelei. What's your last name? It's not important. Having to, like, hide your last name just so that you're not, like, attacked on the streets would be really, really fun. Alright, well, that takes us back to that, but let's just take a look at what that was from. Fallen Angels, Hang Out in Hell. Okay, well, let's take a look. Moloch, Chemosh, Dagon, Belial, Beelzebub. What's Chemosh? What'd he do? What's this guy's deal? He became angry with his people and permitted them to become the vassals of Israel. He stopped being angry. Neat. Yeah, but, like, what are the major disasters? Not a lot of commonalities, no. It sounds like they were just, like, randos. Child sacrifice through fire or war. That might be interesting. Alright, so let's say that Lorelei's father was Moloch, the fallen angel of child sacrifice. by fire. So like what if she was left to burn and she escaped, and now in order to hide from her history she's got to like, that could be fun. But we've also got different ways of saying it. So how about like Lorelei Moloch actually does sound good. So her name's going to be Lorelei Moloch. How old are Aasimar usually? That's a good question. Alright, so it's, human stuff. So I guess the question is, how early on in her life do we want her to adventure? Um, I guess the best age to go on adventure is either like late teens or being a young adult, so let's make her legal drinking age in the US. She's going to be 21 years old. She's got enough life experience to just, have a business maybe, or like have gone places, but not enough where like she's got anything established. Like she has momentum in where she wants to go. And we're going to add that to the character sheet as well. She's 21. Yeah, that's right. WQ. Yeah, 19, but 19, but with a fake ID. Oh man. I mean, like maybe she does have a naughty streak, and like she says, yeah, let's. You know what? What was that name? Atulens? You know what? You're right. That's fun. 19, but says 21. And we're gonna play with that. All right, and her name is Lorelei Moloch. So I guess we really can't. That it definitely does, because like, she would appear mostly human, but she does have that sort of tainted blood in her. And yeah, it was an angel, but it's a disgraced one, so she has to sort of figure out, like, would I rather live as a human or as an angel, but with a stigma? So because of that, let's think of alignment, because I don't think we can choose lawful in this situation. I think maybe just because she's going to be in that kind of deal, we have to make her chaotic. And, it might be rebelling against her father if she was a do-gooder. But I don't think that she could be outright evil. So maybe, what I like to do is, if I'm struggling with trying to figure out how a character will play out, I'll, talk to my DM and say, like, hey, I'm gonna start as chaotic neutral, but, feel free to tell me to shift my alignment if the character is behaving in a certain way. So, I think the best way to do this is she wants to rebel against her tainted blood by being good, but she doesn't like how society frames that, so she's a bit chaotic good. Exactly. Like, not with Felix, but with another DM. I played a true neutral character, and I tried my hardest, but he took me aside and said, like, hey, you're not really letting things slip, pass by. I'm gonna shift you to a neutral good, and that was very fair. So we're gonna start with chaotic good, and then maybe during the course of whatever campaign this character ended up being in, they would figure things out. Maybe during the campaign they decide that they're going to go more towards their father's side, and like then they start shifting towards evil, or like ah I think that would be fun. All right, so what else do we have? All right. So in terms of deities, I don't like adding those to my character sheet because, you know, we live in a world where just we know that gods exist, and you know why would you limit yourself to one? I got the PHB hanging out, so what do we got for gods? Because like, you know, maybe I should get out of my comfort zone and throw God in there. But you know, doubling back on their ancestry, maybe they don't want to be associated with gods because their parent is a fallen angel. So they don't try to get anything from them because they might betray who they are. So I think having, like, no deity, even though that kind of makes things a bit harder in terms of gameplay, would fit more towards the character. Aasimar are normal human heights and weights. But I think we're going to figure out just what she does for a living before we figure those out. Because, like, you know, if she's... I don't know. If she runs track, then she's obviously going to be Leith. But if she, like, you know, is a champion eater, then... Right? Like, she just knows when those are coming. She knows that the gods exist. Because they keep on trying to strike her down. Alright. So, birth signs and blood types are really, really interesting. In Asian stuff, your blood type helps determine your personality. So I guess let's figure out what her personality is. We're kind of leaning towards someone a bit more capricious. Maybe, you know, we got a huge charisma score. I think with the Aasimar bonus we're at 19, so maybe she's like, you know, kind of seductive kind of person, or kind of playful, and I think that falls towards Libra. Let's take a look at personalities. Yeah, whatever. Aries, they like to be number one. Taurus, they like to relax and stuff. Let's see. This one just doesn't give a really good thing for Gemini, so I guess we're gonna skip that. Cancer, they like to be emotional. They're intuitive with psychic abilities. We're not playing a Scion, so I guess we're gonna skip Cancer. Leo, they're... Actually, you know what? Like, in terms of star signs, we should probably take a look at the fire signs because of her parentage, because Moloch is one of the fire gods in Canaanite mythology. So, let's just double back a little bit. Not telling us that. Earth sign. Gemini is nothing. Water sign. Leo's fire. Virgo's earth. Libra's air. Scorpio is not a fire sign. Blazing arrows, that's probably fire. That would be really, really fun, but we're trying to have her, like, be ashamed of her... Well, actually, she could lie about her angel heritage. Maybe being a con artist would be fun. Or, so what we've got for stats is a -1 to con. So what if we make her a nerd? What if we make her, like, a D&D physicist. Like, hear me out here, like, magic exists, and her goal could be to figure out the mechanics of magic. So, in doing so, she has, like, the Eidolon helps her figure out the physics of that might be fun. Yeah, you know what? I think we get profession. Yeah, we do. Yeah, let's go and make her profession be a physicist. Uh, Now, in our campaigns with Felix, uh, certain things like we can talk to him about and just add to the sheet. For example, my current character Akuto, his profession is detective, so like it doesn't come up a lot, but in one instance we were being shot at, and just we didn't know from where. But because he was a detective, he was able to figure out the angle of the bullet from the imprint in the mud with a roll in order to figure out where they were being shot at from. So, you know, profession is a really cool thing to play around with if you talk to your DM. So yeah, we're going to make her a physicist, and that kind of justifies her 15 in her intelligence score. But you know, maybe she's a really bold physicist. Like, she is absolutely all up in what she does. So maybe making her a Leo would be really, really good. Maybe we'll make her like a Himedere, where like she's just so self-important with herself because she's so good at science. So yeah, she's gonna be a Leo. And then Leos are born from July 23rd to August 22nd. Let's pick a random day. Number between July 23rd, August 2nd. Let's go with August 7th, because that is a random number. Blood types. So yeah, it's a really Asian thing, but yeah, Japan, South Korea. But blood type actually is supposedly determining your personality as well. Let's go on Tofugu because I learned some Japanese from them. So let's take a look at the personality theory. So essentially, person's blood help defines their personality. Personality traits for each blood type. Let's see. So yeah, it comes with positive traits, negative traits. Certain blood types attract each other. Certain blood types repel each other. So for A blood type, earnest and neat, but they're stubborn and anxious. O type, easygoing, leadership. Insensitive, unpunctual. Yeah, like, it's really interesting that, like, blood type personality is actually used in matchmaking still. Because it does seem so, you know, archaic. But if you think about it, people still use star signs. So, like, I think AB would probably be the best for Lorelei. Because the positive traits are talented and composed, but the negative traits are eccentric and two-faced. So maybe, like, she really holes herself up in her research, and like really only likes to talk about that. And in order to get what she wants, she likes to lie, which can also really pump stuff into like her bluff stats and her diplomacy. So we're gonna make her AB. Let's see if. Okay, there's no more real stuff like that. There we go. Blood type AB. They're often seen as dual-natured and complicated, which really fits into her fallen angel parentage. they're outgoing, but they're shy. They're hard to find. Reinforces the stereotype that they're eccentric. And, you know, we got all these really cool things that we can go with. That's why I really like this character sheet, because, like, by figuring out these things, you can really develop your character's backstory. Exactly. Having AB is a really chaotic good personality. You're correct. Eye color. So, you know, we gotta beat Chunibyo here. We gotta have heterochromia because she's, you know, of that dual nature. So maybe she's got, like, you know, bright blue left eye, glowing-ish red. Sorry, red left eye, because left is sinister in Latin, and blue right eye. There we go. So you can be a weeb, but actually have justification for it. Whoops. Hair color. That's something. So, my character's, Akuto's, hair color was sort of ruddy red because he was a kitsune. Irina's was pink because, you know, weeaboo. I guess hair color would really depend on what we want for her. I'm kind of imagining her as like a sort of dark tan character. So maybe if we do something to, like, offset that. I don't want to say that she, like, dyes her hair or anything, because that is going too far to the extreme for weeaboo, or, like, Chunibyo. So maybe, like, a white hair to go with the tan, because, you know, the blonde would be nice, but that's kind of stereotypical for delinquents. Let's go with white hair. Because it, you know, it attributes it to her angel side, but also really would contrast nicely with her skin tone. Eyesight, colorblindness, glasses. Now, this can really, really help with roleplay, because if your character is colorblind, then you're going to have some problems later. Or if your character does have to wear glasses, you can have your DM crack them, and then you get a negative to your spot. So the problem is she's a scientist, but she's a delinquent, which I think is a really fun duality. So I don't want to give her any glasses, because even though she's a scientist, like, she's gonna be naughty. So sorry, we got 20/20 vision. Or you know what? She wears glasses, but without a prescription. She wears glasses for fashion. Handedness, of course, we talked about that earlier. Left is of the devil. She's left-handed. All right, and type of voice. Now, this is really, really good for role-playing, because if you're at the table and... Exactly, she wears lensless frames, and nobody can tell until they get a good look at her. So type of voice can be really, really helpful if you're at a table and you're describing actions and also trying to say what the character's saying. It's a lot easier if you're playing as the opposite sex, because, like, if you raise your voice a bit, then, you know, you can differentiate it. But, you know, you got to figure out what type of way that they speak. So, you know, we're making her this prestigious scientist, and she's a bit haughty. So maybe she's got, like, a really smug way of speaking. Something kind of like... I gotta think of the voice. So, like... Something like, "Oh, you haven't heard of my research? Oh, well, that's okay. I wouldn't expect a plebeian like you to have heard of it." that sort of smug attitude where she knows that she's the shit. Surgery is an illness. So again, we got a -1 to con. Now, -1 is, a bit of a detriment, but I don't think justifies, like, having an illness. So, maybe she's, like, slightly frail because of her upbringing. So, like, we could say that she has anemia. Yeah. And then that way, like, she has chronic anemia, so a character thing that she can do is whenever they have food, she just digs into the meat. Like, she just tears apart steaks because she has to keep up her iron. Because of that, it justifies her negative and her con, because what's she going to do? Like, how is she going to suffer from her anemia? Scars, burns, skin damage, birthmarks, and tattoos. So, being of, like, celestial parentage, how would we, figure out what she would have? Would she have, like, angelic tattoos, or maybe, like, a mark that sort of stains her? Let's take a look closer at Moloch to see what his deal is. So yeah, Moloch was basically the Brazen Bull. So maybe she has, like, maybe she has something to do with horns on her. Let's take a look. That's kind of interesting. So a god that has the surname of the king. So that kind of would play into her sort of superior personality. I'm not seeing really anything besides, like, bull stuff. Let's take a look at some images. Maybe we can figure some stuff out. Oh, that's kind of sick. So yeah, I guess if she's gonna have a mark, it's gonna have to do have something to do with a bull or fire. Trying to think if maybe, like, she has, a tattoo somewhere of, like, a bull's head. But we gotta figure out what the fire's got to do with that. I know this is gonna sound weird, but let's go to the I think Moloch was a persona in P5. Yeah. So that might... I know it's weird, but the Persona Wiki actually has a lot of really cool information on the stuff. So yeah, sacrifice associated with fire. He was a fertility deity turned false deity. He was mentioned in the Bible. He was forbidden by the Israelites by Moses to worship. Sounds good. We'll be here for a bit. Let's take a look. The only thing that we can do is fire and bulls. So let's give her some bull horns. I know that that's not a birthmark or a tattoo or whatever, but or you know what? Maybe she has a burn because it's associated with fire. Yeah, maybe she has a burn scar on her back. And then we can play into the bullhorns. So I'm going to ignore the nose and the eye shape, because, because she was raised, no, in sort of like she's self-important, so we're gonna give her, like, decent posture. Now we're gonna have to talk about breast size, because that's what the character sheet says, and... Where are you? Alright, well, I closed it. But it is on the character sheet. Because, you know, Moloch is associated with bulls, she's probably got a decent size, so... I'm gonna give her D's. She's clean-shaven, mostly because, you know, I think when I think of angels, I don't think of, like... At least feminine ones, I don't think of any hair, so... So no body hair. And yeah, let's give her a couple of bullhorns. And that might sort of detract from what people think about her upbringing. And, you know, she wants to hide that, so... Religion, you know, as we said, she doesn't quite believe specifically in any of the gods, just acknowledges their existence, so... But she doesn't worship them. Criminal record awards education. So I doubt that she would have a criminal record per se, because, you know, science. She's a physicist, so... Actually, let's do some cleaning up really quickly, because I completely forgot... Where are you? I completely forgot to add... That's where I put it. Her, class skills. So, her class skills are craft... Fly. And fly isn't a skill on here, so we're going to have to add it at the bottom. And I believe fly was a dex skill. There we go. Handle animal. Which is really good for a summoner to have, damn. She's proficient in all knowledges. Linguistics, so that's going to be our... Whoops. Our bluff. Diplomacy. And intimidate. Actually, oh, damn. Let's look that up, because I could be missing something. So let's take a look. I could have been wrong about that. Let's just double check the Pathfinder character sheet to make sure that I'm not being an idiot. Could I have been wrong this entire time? I could have. Okay, so this changes things a bit. So she does not, in fact, have the linguistic stuff. I've been doing this wrong. Instead, she has just linguistics. Which means, okay, so just so that she's not dead in the water with her high charisma skill, I think I'm going to swap that, use a starting feat called cross-class learning, which basically lets you take skills from another class and let you not have to go crazy when putting ranks in them. So when I take a look, what linguistics does is lets you just straight up learn a language. So maybe she's just really good at learning languages then. Linguistics is int. And our intelligence score is 2, which makes it 2.0. Profession, we already added. She's a physicist. Ride, spellcraft, and use magical device. Yeah, so she's super not going to be a skill monkey. Yeah, I think we're going to have to take that cross-class learning feat just so that she can be of more utility. Because as a physicist, she should be, and with her high charisma, like, she should be able to deliver speeches and stuff. So we'll keep this open because, like, that might be interesting. Because she learns a language whenever we put her rank into it. And that, oh man, knowing elemental languages would be really useful in her profession if she's trying to learn the core of magic. Alright, so criminal record, awards, education. She's got no criminal record. At age 21, would she be a recognized physicist? Would she have any awards? You know, maybe... Well, we'll say that she's going to a university. Let's see. Let's say that she already got her bachelor's, because, like, you know, if she's supposedly super smart, then she should probably have, like, skipped most of school. So let's... Degree in physics at the University of the South Seas. I just pulled the name out of my ass. University of South Seas isn't really anything in any campaign setting that I know. But it might create an avenue where, like, she can be from somewhere else. I really like characters who aren't native to the area, that they're just, like, there on research or, like, vacation, and then the campaign happens. But would she have any awards yet? I think maybe she's still working on her thesis, and that's what's going on. So Let's say that she's working on her doctorate. And then that way, like, if she completes her character quest, she can become, like, Dr. Lorelei Moloch. That would be really cool. Forming experience in youth. Now, that can be really interesting when we apply it to her parentage. And I think that her whole deal is that she wants to defy her ancestry. She is the daughter of a fallen angel who has been disgraced in the Pantheon, who's all about, like, sacrifice through fire and war and just crazy shit like that. So maybe in her youth, mind you, we have to, like, reason about how she became a summoner too. So we got to figure out. I think her forming experience in terms of this campaign would be how she developed her Eidolon. So, we'll start by, like, you know, she is burdened by her ancestry. So she wants to succeed in areas opposing him, such as science. But what did she do in terms of, But what did she do in terms of, getting her Eidolon? We see that the Synthesis Summoner, they summon the essence of a powerful outsider. And this can just look however. So, in keeping with the sort of superhero thing, maybe she developed a way to encapsulate an outsider and then release it as an overlay onto herself. And that's one of her sort of achievements. So we'll say that Lorelei, while working on her master's degree, she found a way to, I guess, what are the mechanics of her transformation? Because she's able to summon an outsider to meld with her own being. So, I mean, I guess, like, what if she figured out a way to bind outsiders to an object? Now, what would that object be? In Kamen Rider, it's a belt, but, I kind of like the idea of her having, like, some sort of armlet. So, like, maybe she has, like, just an armlet around her left arm where if she boops it, it releases the essence. So, yeah. So she found a way to bind an outsider to an armlet and control its power for her own. And that's going to be her transformation. Because she summons the essence of a powerful outsider to meld with her own being. They wear the Eidolon like a translucent living armor. They mimic all of the synthesis movements. and they perceive through the Eidolon's senses. So essentially, the two are one creature, so it overlays its body onto hers. So I think having an armlet that would essentially create a second layer, summoning the Eidolon over top her in reality. So that could work into the physics where she manipulated reality in order for this to happen. To an armlet and manipulate reality to overlay it onto herself while completely under her control. So that would be like a really cool transformation where it's like, you know, she rips off a sleeve and then slams down on the armlet and transforms. I think that would be really fun. And like just to have to go through that the entire time. Sexual history, lovers, thoughts about marriage. She is probably going to be married to her work. You know, maybe she had like... I don't know, what's her sexuality? I kind of feel like it's more freeing to go both ways, because like if your DM makes a really cool character that yours can latch onto, that might be a good way to foster a relationship. So yeah. Or she could have seduced like people in order to give her grant money for her research. That might be interesting. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, she seduces wealthy nobles in order to have like money for her research, but as of right now, she is very much married to her work. So like maybe if she finds like an equal in terms of scientific ability, then she would kind of fall for them, but they would have to like be in her world. People that they admire and hate. Now, that's interesting, because I don't know if Lorelai would hate Moloch. You know, maybe... like, she doesn't dislike him. She's just disgraced by him. But mind you, that's an amount of hate, so... she's disgraced by her fallen angel father. Honestly, I don't think we're even going to talk about her mother, because, like, it's a human. I don't know what Moloch would do. She, you know, might have burned her mom in front of her eyes, but that's child sacrifice that Moloch is all about, so... Oh, right, I forgot. She also has burn scar on her back because she had a baptism through fire. What would her burn scar be in the shape of? You know what? Let's just give her a general burn scar. So yeah, disgrace her fallen angel father, angry at her baptism through fire. You know, maybe she really respects her professors. Well, no, like she thinks that she's better than her professors. But she values their knowledge. Now here's where we can create like a partner character for them that can be an NPC later on. So like maybe they really admire this one physicist who was able to like walk through the gate of creation and then never came back. So we could figure out the name for them. But if you're going to have your DM do something like that for you, you're going to have to leave a lot of that blank. So let's think of a name for this. Let's think of a name for this guy. Or actually, you know what? No. He's not famous enough yet in the Fool's Gold campaign. Let's go with... Sorry, I'm looking around my room for, like, ideas, because, like, names are hard. You know what? I'm looking at a Crom amiibo right now, so his name is going to be Crom. His name is going to be Crom. Crom. Cromolumia. That's the last name. Myers Cromolumia. A physicist. Well, a magic physicist. Or you know what? Sololumia. Sounds good. And they were able to... What would be a feat for Sol? He was a magical physicist who was able to... What if he was able to prove a link between divine and arcane magic, and that's why Lorelei is trying to figure out the basis of all magic? That might be cool. Yeah, like she was so enamored with the idea of magic, and she stumbled upon Sol's research. And when he found the link between arcane and divine magic at their cores, she was like, well, I want to fucking find that core. Yeah, that would be really, really cool. So her dreams for the future, obviously, be a famous magical physicist. Discover the core formula for magic. I mean, I wouldn't say that she wants to reclaim her heritage, because, like, I guess she wants to defy the disgrace of her father. So yeah, she wants to defy her father's disgrace by becoming, like, a huge benefit to mortality. But she fears... Yeah, she fears slipping down to her heritage. I guess that's not a really good way of saying that, but, like... I guess, since her father's a fallen angel, she fears the gods and their wrath if they... I guess figure out her identity. What else does she fear? This one's hard. It's really, really important for character creation that you figure out the fears of your character, because, you know, if they hate spiders, then you can actually roleplay that instead of having to figure that out on the spot. So, let's say that she fears the gods and the wrath if they figure out her identity. Becoming a disgrace like her father. She has a lot of issues with her dad, but, like, yeah. if he be like that, then that's kind of justified. So becoming a disgrace like her father. You know, she might act really, really haughty, but, like, she's desperate for she actually is afraid of human connections, because, like, she doesn't want to put herself out there a lot because of people finding out who she is. So I think one of her fears is intimate relationships. I guess emotionally intimate relationships. And let's do a joke fear. What's something, like, petty that she just absolutely is scared of? I'm not gonna say, like, an animal or anything, because that's a bit too obvious, but, like... Nah, we're not gonna say that she fear... No. I was gonna say, like, certain types of food, like... But that doesn't... That's not a fear. You don't run away from spicy food. You know what? Let's say that she hates moths, because, like, they eat animal fibers, and some books are bound in it. So yeah, she hates moths. That's gonna be the funny thing. Personality traits, sayings, and habits. So number 1, she's haughty. She's smug. She is super, self-confident when it comes to her research. Has a superiority complex. Could be... It is a very Kamen Rider thing to have a saying before you step into battle. For an example, like Kamen Rider Wizard had, "Now it's showtime," or like Kamen Rider Den-O was like, "I have arrived." So maybe it's something like, "I have calculated your defeat." That is super cheesy and I love it. Yeah, I like that. Um, does she have any habits? Um, I guess she would ramble on about her research. Well, she doesn't know how to stop when it comes to that. Aw. She sleeps with a teddy bear. She has to. She has to have some like moment of weakness where a party member discovers that she has like a teddy bear. Yeah, she has a stuffed owlbear that she can't sleep without. What else? Let's figure out a habit that would go with her parentage that she just can't control. Like maybe she just has a fiery temper. Like if somebody insults her, then she will fucking lay into them. Like if she's talking about her research and someone calls her a nerd, she will like beat them up. All right. Relationships. Well, here, let's start with family, because that's easy. Moloch. Fallen angel of flame and sacrifice. Yeah, unnamed mother. I don't know if I'd want them to have, like, siblings or anything. I don't know if Lorelai would do well as a character with, like... Well, maybe she could have, like, a brother who's trying to retake the throne. Like, a brother who's really on Moloch's side and wants to, like, bring her back into the fold. But we'll throw that on the DM. We'll say that she has a... You know what? Let's have her brother be Belial. And he wants to he absolutely embraces the fallen angel aspect. And he's super cool to her, but is trying to draw her into rebelling against society. Like they have a really good relationship, but like sorry, they absolutely love each other, but they went through different paths in life, and because of that, they have major disagreements. And let's make Belial a mercenary. Yeah, I think that might be a really cool thing to explore if the DM decides to do it. I mean, doesn't talk much with the other students, aside from asking them to help with research. She has a copy of Sol Illumia's book. And you know what? We're going to add that poster and his book to her inventory. When we get to it. We'll, when we check out the character sheet next, we'll go over this. I think this stream's going to run a bit later than usual. I'm actually really getting into the character creation. Unfortunately, I have to work tomorrow too, so I'm gonna finish the character, but I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to draw her. But we'll see. Problem relationships. I mean, the only thing I can think of is her dad, but we kind of went over that. What would a good problem relationship be? Maybe she spurned a noble who wanted more? Maybe she has a stalker. Yeah. Yeah. So one of the noblewomen she seduced for funding is obsessed with her, and she's stalking her in the hopes of making her one of her wives. That would be interesting. That would be sort of like a Gilgamesh situation where, like, she only wants her as an object. Employment and schooling. Has master's degree in magical physics. Working on doctorate. Maybe she's tossing around the idea of... No. She wants her research. Yeah, let's say that she owns a research lab. Economic status and behavior. She behaves like a noble. So she's really smug and, like... Oh, actually, no. Maybe she's secretly, like, really good to people. So, economic status. She's a scientist, but she never wants for money because she basically seduces people into giving it to her, so... But she sleeps in her lab. So she doesn't even have a house. Yeah. Welcome back. We filled out a lot of this while you were gone. We decided that, well, I guess number one, she has a degree in physics at the University of the South Seas, but she's working on her doctoral thesis. She's burdened by her ancestry by having a fallen angel father, so she wants to succeed in areas opposing him, like science. While working on her master's degree, she found a way to bind an outsider to an armlet and manipulate reality to overlay it onto herself while completely under her control. So that justifies the synthesis summoner idea. And, you know, decided that maybe she's married to her work emotionally, but she needs research funding, so she seduces nobles into giving her free money. But she would only actually fall for somebody on the same level as her. She's disgraced by her fallen angel father, angry at her baptism through fire, thinks that she's better than her professors, but values their knowledge. And we created a character that she admires, Sol Illumia, who was a physicist who proved the link between arcane and divine magic at their core. So because of that discovery, that's when she decided to go into her field of trying to discover the core of magic, when that link was formed. So her dream is to become a famous magical physicist. Pretty much, she has many sugar daddies and mommies for the sole reason of funding her research. She wants to discover the core formula for magic. She wants to defy her father's disgrace by becoming a benefit to mortality, as opposed to him, who is the god of fire and sacrifice. She fears the gods and their wrath if they figure out her identity, because, like, again, she's dodging lightning bolts if they find out that her father is a fallen angel. She doesn't want to become a disgrace like her father. She hates... I think because she only seduces people and she doesn't want to have, like, intimate relationships, that might be an innate fear of hers, of getting too close to somebody. And it also plays into the fact that she's insecure about her upbringing, and if people find out, you know, that she's the daughter of a fallen angel. And she also hates moths. No reason. She just doesn't like them. She'll run away from a moth. She's haughty, she's smug, she's self-confident when it comes to science, and she definitely has a superiority complex. And one famous thing about tokusatsu properties is when they transform, they have a saying that they have. And when she bops her armlet and gets her super suit, she is going to say every time, "I have calculated the means of your defeat." And that's just the dumb thing that's going to happen. She also can't sleep without her stuffed owlbear, and will beat anyone up who makes fun of her profession. Like, if somebody fucking calls her a nerd, she is going to smack that bitch. She doesn't talk much with the other university students, only if it benefits her research. And Saul's her idol, and she has her book and a signed poster she won in a contest. Never actually met the man, but she has a poster. And we're 100% putting those in her inventory, along with the stuffed owlbear. We also decided that, you know... Right? Like, she absolutely is confident about herself on the surface. She hates her upbringing and wants to defy it so hard that she tries to make herself look cooler than she is. You know, her family... I decided to keep her mom unnamed because I don't think that she's going to factor into the story too much. It's very much a story about her and her father. But we did give her an older brother named Belial, who's her opposite, like a mercenary king who keeps trying to convince her to act more like a fallen angel. But they have sibling love, but because of their paths in life, they disagree on a lot of things. Like, they don't hate each other, but like she only meets up with Belial for like Christmas. Also, to play into her seduction thing and to have maybe a fun sort of side story, we decided that one of her problem relationships is that one of the noblewomen she seduced for funding is obsessed with her, and she stalks her in the hopes of making her one of her wives. And that can go, depending on the DM, can go in a really scary route or a really funny route. And it all depends on your DM. Yeah, she has a master's degree in magical physics, working on her doctorate. She owns a research lab where she created her armlet. Right? Like, just... She overhears a guard saying, like...
Sir, the front gates have been breached. The front gates have been breached. There's a large army forming and destroying everything in the town. We need backup.
And that's when she knows that Belial's coming for coffee. She owns a research lab where she created her armlet. She never wants for money since she can manipulate people into funding her. And also, she sold her apartment because she sleeps in her lab. She is very much a person who is only living for their research, to the point where, like, she has just a cot right beside, like, a reactor. Just a thaumaturgy reactor. Does she have any pets or plants? I think if she's gonna be going on an adventure, having a pet might not be the best idea. Maybe she has, like, a... Oh, that might be fun. Maybe she has in her lab, just as a way of accessing a plane, just like a fern from the fire plane. Or, you know what, a succulent, because those are hard to kill. Whoops. I mean, yeah, I guess, but her Eidolon's basically an enslaved outsider, if you think about it. Because of the mechanics of her armlet, she's bound it to her armlet and overlays it on top of her reality while controlling it. So I don't think her Eidolon's going to have much of a personality, or if it does, it's going to be extreme hatred for her because of her using it. Fuck you, I'm using that. That's fantastic. A succubulant. There we go. Alright, now, these ones are going to be a lot of words. essentially we're now defining her personality and abilities and what she likes and dislikes. So this is where we get into the nitty gritty of how we're going to roleplay her. That's why I threw some of the subtitles down there. So like, yeah, she's got a cheerful veneer. But she's insecure. I don't think she's inherently violent unless you shit talk her profession, but like, would she tell jokes? Would she tell like really dumb science puns? Oh man, when someone asks about her being an Aasimar, she's like, "Oh no, I mean, I'm not just some kind of devil. I'm an angle. Get it? I'm a right angle." Oh man. Yeah, she's gonna make bad science puns. I was born an angle because I'm acute. I'm gonna write that in and I'm gonna hate it. I'm part angle because I'm a cutie. There we go. I hate it. I love it. Oh yeah, she's a cute angle. Oh god. I love it. And that works so well with her being like so full of herself. Uh is she active? Not really. She mostly hangs out in her lab, so I guess she'd probably be like a bit pudgy. Oh man. You're just cranking them out, buddy. I absolutely love those. So yeah, she's pretty sedentary. Only sociable really when she's trying to get something. So like she's socially able, but like doesn't choose to. I'm so glad that the chat gets saved because if I ever use this character, I'm going back and I'm stealing all those jokes, buddy. Yeah, she doesn't seek interaction unless she can get something out of it. She's gonna really put off some Tosaka Rin vibes here. You know, she wants to do good, but she isn't particularly, like, virtuous. Yeah, like she wants to do good in general, but I don't think that she would like I don't think that she would like buy food for the homeless or anything. She gets angry if people shit talk her profession. Violently angry, actually. It'll be like Josuke from JoJo Part 4, where if you shit talk his hair, he just punches you through the window. That's Lorelei with science. Or know about her father. And that could be used against her, because, like... like, if somebody knows that she can get angry because of shit-talking science, then she can very well break away from the party. Yeah, she's worried about getting discovered. Whoops. Of Moloch. Yeah, those are definitely two different kinds of angry. You shit talk science, she punches you through the window. You know about her father, and she will push you against the wall and give you a talk. Probably with a knife, too. What about unusual traits? What if she has, like, some kind of tick? Like, she wears her lensless glasses, so maybe, like, she sucks on the arms when she's trying to think. Gonna give you a talk. If talk means a beat down, talking means break your legs, I'm gonna talk, sure. Oh man, she's gonna be like Launch from original Dragon Ball, where like she's all sweet and nice until you shit talk something, and then she snaps and like shoots you. Wearing fake glasses is already pretty weird, yeah, but like... I think that really portrays her insecurities. Like, she has to look smart. But yeah, I think that's already an unusual trait, for sure. And also she sleeps with an owlbear plushie. Yeah, I think that's about it. Special skills, fighting abilities. So she has nothing in the way of physical skills. Whoops. If we take a look at her character sheet, she's only really got a +1 to strength, and all of her stuff is in her smarts. So, she's definitely not nimble. She doesn't do sports. She has ride as a class skill. Maybe she knows how to operate, like... Maybe she just really likes driving carriages. So we'll just say that she's not... She's not, yeah, athletic. She's not athletic. What kind of weapons does Summoner get? Simple weapons and light armor. Okay, so, like... I think a spear is a light weapon. Where is it? I think I have the PHB hanging out. Because if she's going to be proficient with... Yeah, I guess that's something that we really have to figure out. What situation was she raised in? Because she has an unnamed mother, and only her father really matters, so... I don't think that she would be, like, raised on the streets or anything. I think she probably had, like, a... She probably had a hectic life. But, Belial, her brother, would probably have taught her how to fight. Because he's the older brother. And that's probably why she really likes him, too. Like, despite the fact that he's pretty much an avatar of her father. Yeah, let's take a look at what weapons she can use, because she's good in all simple weapons. Maybe maybe she's into spears, because she wants to keep people away. I'd go more towards the ranged weapons, but I don't think I'm already playing a gun character, so I think ranged attacks are a bit out of the question right here. Yeah, let's give her a spear. So Belial trained her in the art of fighting. Oh yeah, absolutely. Belial joined the military the second that he was able to go, and he here. Let's throw on some more music. Let's throw on some Persona. So yeah, he probably just was responsible for his sister's well-being while his mother, I don't know, worked. So yeah, Belial trained her in spear fighting because he needed to know she could handle herself while he was out to war. Here, let's just bring this down a bit so that we don't split it. And we'll add that to her personality too. Whoops. Yeah, that's right. Maybe he taught her chariot combat as well. That would be really, really cool. Plus, you know, the spear is like really good if you're on a horse, as opposed to like a sword or anything. Yeah, so we'll say that Belial was like super present in her upbringing. Whoops, her upbringing. And we'll say that he actually acted as a father figure instead of Moloch. Because, you know, he's older bro Belial. He's a legitimately good dude. Oh, I'm loving him now. So yeah, also in mounted combat, and they rode horses together. For fun. Though mind you, she's also got proficiency in fly, so let's swap out horses for Pegasi. Just to get cover all our bases. She also has the linguistic skill, so language study is probably... Yeah, like, she loves Belial, but, like, his presence in her life at this point would probably be detrimental. He probably is okay with meeting her in secret because he loves her that much. Alright, what was I going to go on with that? Yeah, she has the linguistic skill. So we're going to make her know some languages once we give her skill points, because it would make sense if she's trying to discover the cores of magic to know the elemental languages like Aquan and Ignan. So... strengths and weaknesses. We've covered a lot of those, but we're talking about physical ones. So as we said, she's not athletic. She is gifted, like she is super charismatic and intelligent. But she doesn't have the endurance in a fight. Without her Eidolon, at least. What's another good, like, strength-weakness combo? I guess, like, if she's absorbed in her research, she doesn't pay attention to anything else, so she could probably, like, miss a lot of important info. There we go. She loses all perception of the outside world when she's absorbed in something. So, like, if she is, like, deciphering a text and an assassin rolls up, they probably wouldn't have to roll very high in order to catch her off guard. Oh, yeah, like, she's probably not up into current events because she's only focused on what she's interested in, so she doesn't know, like, the state of the world. Alright, I think that's a good portion of them. What are her hobbies? I don't think movies exist in this setting. So we're not gonna add that, but like... I don't think she'd be into romance or like any sort of fun fiction. How does Lorelei flirt? Uh, I guess she would try and like roll up to a noble and act like a princess, because that's essentially what she sees herself wanting to present when she. Sorry, that's what she figures people want from her. So she'll roll up and like deliver all these like backhanded compliments, like, "Oh man, it's a." What's a good backhanded compliment like? Oh man, out of all the people in this room, your hair is receding the least. Or like, my. I'm sure that your business empire is really close to. I'm sure your business empire really would help fund my research. I'm sure it's very impressive. And you know what? I'm sure you and I could really help each other out in that regard. Maybe mix business and pleasure. Oh, and she would, like, thrive on compliments. So her charisma stat's high, so I think she could fake stuff really, really well. Like, she knows how to read a room, but she doesn't know what's happening in current events. So if somebody was like, I'm an army general, of course. Have you heard of my campaign in Fendalusia? And she would be like, oh, no, I haven't. How about you tell me about it? And she would, like, pretend to be enraptured by it, but, like, she would be super bored. Oh, that would be really, really good, like... Oh, Lady Genevieve, I had that dress, like, 8 years ago when it was fashionable. Lady Genevieve, that dress from 8 years ago looks really, really good on you, but how about we take a look at how it looks like off? Yeah. I think that backhanded compliments work really well with her character. But she, like, gets really flustered if someone can actually match her. Like, if she rolls up and is like, "Oh, yes, I've made great strides in my research into capturing Eidolons. I'm sure you're not interested." And if, like, General Hargrave is like, "Well, actually, I employ very many summoners in my battlefront, and I would like to hear very much about your research." Like, she would just not know what to say, and she would just ramble on. And, you know, that could be endearing to the right person, too, so. What are her hobbies? Does she listen to music? Maybe there's, like, a really popular bard. Or, like, bard supergroup. You know what? In one of my previous campaigns, I had a Dragonborn named Jacob Blanche. And he was, like, this rock superstar who lost a rock off with a demon and was transformed from a human into a Dragonborn. And would have to, like, become his own cover band. So maybe she's really in Elvish Presley. That's really good. But I think I'm gonna make her into Jacob Blanche. And the new cover band that has broken out. I mean, I'm sure that she'd be super into a magazine like Scientific Rilken or Popular Mechanics for Elves. As we established, she's not into news. She's not into regular ass news. And just to throw something out there, let's say that she likes crime novels. Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, just the only reason that she likes any kind of fashion is because it's a tool that can help her get funding. Like, I guess she doesn't have a lot of genuine interests outside what she does, but she has a lot of fake interests. And I feel like having a relatable, normal interest, like reading crime novels, would kind of ground the character a bit. Geez. Creative pursuits is kind of a hard one, because all she does is science. I wonder if she might be into, like... 3.5 does have knowledge skills. Let's bring up the list. But I believe Summoner is proficient in... That's my spell list. Whoops. Yeah, they're proficient in all. So I'm just going to throw a knowledge all and... Yeah. Mind you, it probably isn't fair to the DM. So what we can interpret is that she has all the knowledges, but she can only pick a few of them. So actually, let's check that out. And then we can put ranks into them as needed. Alright, so we got Arcana, Architecture, Dungeoneering, Geography, History, Local, Nature, Nobility, religion, and the planes. Oh, sorry. Uh, Also, a really cool thing about 3.5 is synergies, where if you have 5 or more ranks in certain things, it buffs up other things. So, like, if you have 5 ranks in bluff, it just skyrockets your diplomacy. Uh, we don't personally use synergies in our campaign because it's really OP, but it's a really cool feature of 3.5. Knowledge nobility would absolutely make sense because she has to know how to get into that world. So I think Arcana, the planes, and like of course nobility, but I'm thinking maybe nature. Because she would have to figure out, like... but maybe not. Because I think I get, what, 4? 5. That makes things harder. Well, let's start. .5 is great. I find that Pathfinder has a really, really nice streamlined version of 3.5, but the amount of options that you have in 3.5 really helps with character development. That's why I prefer playing it over 5e. But yeah, we got Arcana, Nobility, the Planes, Nature, and probably history. Because, like, she knows about the history of her field, which would probably be rooted in, discovery in general. So knowledge history would very likely take an effect. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Yeah, my Dragonborn Bard was in 5e, and it was super streamlined and really easy to get into. So I think if you're introducing somebody to D&D, 5e is the way to go. And then if they're really leaning into character stuff or like mechanics, that's when you introduce them to an older one. All right. So what does she like to do for fun in terms of creative pursuits? I don't think she would like to do painting or like drawing or... Well, actually, making diagrams would probably really help her. So she probably started by drawing simple diagrams, but out of necessity got really, really good at technical drawing. What else? Well, again, she likes crime novels. Yeah. Science definitely does take a lot of her time. Oh. Oh, man. Lorelei, the genius physicist, is writing a crime novel under a fake name. And on top of that, if there is a rogue in the party, it can be based in real life. That is really, really good. I really like that. Yeah, she is writing a crime novel under a supposed name. Oh, and if anyone finds out, she... Oh, man. I don't know if she would get, like, violent about it, because she's so embarrassed. I think that she would like she would get super rambly about how nobody should talk about this. Or, wait. She's writing a crime novel, but she's submitting all of the chapters to a magazine. So, like, every time they find a copy of this magazine, they'll have a crime story written by her, but under a fake name. Listen, I just have to write the twist and then you'll all see how it makes sense, god damn it! What's a good fake name for a crime novel? Maurice LeBlanc wrote the Arsène Lupin stuff. So maybe like a spoof of Maurice LeBlanc? Maybe like... Okay, so Arthur Conan Doyle wrote Sherlock Holmes, and Maurice LeBlanc wrote Arsène Lupin. So if we combine those, Conan Lenoir. There we go. All right. Bold and underlined are on. Likes and dislikes. So collections, favorites, least favorites. Well, let's say that she has the entire discography of Jacob Blanche. It's in her lab. She doesn't carry it everywhere, but like she has that and just a collection. She has a collection of science textbooks, but on the shelf, when she takes one out, there'll be her crime novels at the back. What's her favorite album from Jacob Blanche? See, this is a completely different campaign, so like... Oh, she likes her succulent. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna retcon something. It's named Lilith. I know that's a generic name, but like she wouldn't be creative. Let's see. And the crime novels are noticeably more worn out than the science texts, because she's memorized those science textbooks, but she always likes rereading the crime novels. We gotta figure out what she dislikes. I mean, she obviously dislikes moths. She likes her... Oh, yeah! Maybe... Like, she's adventuring under the guise that she wants to help her research, but in all honesty, she wants to, like, live the life that she's only read about. But what else would she dislike? I mean, her dad. It's such a teenager thing to say. Oh yeah, she would absolutely hate anyone from like a monastery or anything. So like, oh man, like if there's a cleric on the team, that could be some real cool drama too. Oh yeah, like she every time they talk about their god, she's like, "Yeah, well, you know, magic can do that too." Just because your god makes magic doesn't mean everyone can. You know, they proved a link to that, you know. Oh, and when they whip out their holy book, she whips out her copy of Saul Lumia's book about the link between divine and arcane magic. Ah, I hate that she would be the type to post to our atheism, but she's definitely that type. All right, food, clothing, and shelter. What do we got for that? Uh, so I guess I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, but it's a minor detail. So in Felix's world, demonic things are associated with spice. Uh, so I think she would really like, just because of her upbringing, spicy food, and she doesn't know the connection to demonic stuff. She just doesn't know why, but she really likes spicy food. Um, can she cook it though? What if she's the type that like? Okay, so I'm at an impasse here, because she's the type that would stay in her lab. Would that mean that she would learn how to cook, or would that mean that she just constantly has a stream of deliveries? That could, yeah. Actually, as a divine being, maybe she only really likes intense sweetness and intense spice. And then having that whole spicy sweet combo would probably go really well with her conflicting personality. Yeah, cooking is definitely chemistry for your belly. So maybe she's an excellent cook, but the flavor ratios are too strong for normal people. Um, Now here's where we get to the fun part. What kind of clothing does she wear? Because we can get really creative here. When we imagine Lorelai, what do we imagine her wearing? I think maybe she wouldn't wear like normal lab wear because she's a physicist, so she doesn't really need to like worry about spills or anything. Plus, she probably has like research assistants to help her with that. So what if she like dresses really, really comfortably? Like I wouldn't say like sweatpants or anything, but like maybe she has like a mid-length skirt and like a cardigan. And like she uses hair clips to keep her hair out of her eyes, but like they're just sort of haphazard. Yeah, like she probably has like a collection of like really comfortable cardigans and like loose long sleeve shirts. Yeah, but like she would probably be super comfy at home, like in her. So yeah, she would definitely have like a nobility wardrobe and a not that wardrobe. So yeah, let's say that she has a whole wardrobe of like ballroom clothes. And her brother would probably have gotten her like some military formal wear too. Like depending on what she wants her target to be, she could swap them out. And actually, that brings us. So if we're doing this in the Fool's Gold campaign setting, maybe like she's a really big fan of the up and coming fashion designer Irina. Just gonna tie it back to all of my characters. This is gonna be like the the Super Smash Brothers of my characters at this point. But otherwise, wears really like comfortable clothing. Yeah, like she would wear like thigh highs and like mid-length skirts and cardigans. There's one character in the Persona series that kind of does something similar to that. She was only in the dancing games, but her name's Kanami Mashita. And, she's like this idol during the day, but when she's like alone, she's got this like really sort of comfy style going on. So I think that's a good sort of role model for when I go to there she is. Go to design her. And then of course she fucking lives in her lab. I mean, that's pretty much who she is. Oh, so her lab is immaculate. The place that she sleeps is not. Like she's when she's working on something, everything is in its place and everything is perfect. But like, yeah, like her entire sleeping area, like there's probably like delivery bags everywhere and like, crime novels scattered all about. She doesn't make her bed. That's a waste of time. All right. Uh, what are her habits? Uh, I guess would she? She would not be a morning person. I think that she'd be the type to be up into like the wee hours of the morning. Like she would take first watch in Venturing Party, and maybe even second watch if the other person isn't up to it. So yeah, she's a super night owl, hates mornings, uh, works until like she works until 4 a.m. sometimes. She can only tell the time if she like looks up. Yeah, well, let's take it even further. She just has no concept of time. Like 5 minutes can seem like 8 hours if she's bored enough, and like writing her crime novel in the evening is super dangerous because she won't notice when people start getting up. I think she would have to understand, like, she doesn't understand that people enjoy their daily routines, but she would have to understand that people have them because of her seduction. Like, she doesn't get what's so great about her routine. What other habits does she have? That's actually a good thing just in general to add to a character. Because if you. What I'm doing for my current character, Akuto, is so he's a private eye slash phantom thief. So because of that, he keeps a notebook about all of his cases and stuff. And because of that, I can write my session notes in character, which really makes it interesting to read what happened last session from a perspective. Yeah, it's really fun to justify you writing everything down because you know, sometimes you gotta take notes, and it kind of detracts from your character when you're pausing. What else? What are her habits? She'll probably, like... Maybe she hits on anyone that looks rich just so that she can have a chance of getting more research money. And she probably, like, calls first dibs on any... Oh, yeah, like, she would be all over that. But it would be, really interesting. Oh, man, I lost my train of thought now. Damn it, what was I thinking of? Ah, well, it's probably nothing. So she hits on anyone who looks rich to get a shot at that sick research gold. She probably, like... No, you know what? It was calls dibs on magical items so that she can deconstruct them. Or I guess, like, figure out how they work. Or she'll ask to borrow magical items. DM's like, you open the chest and you find a +4 great sword of moderate frost damage, and she calls dibs on it, even though she specifically cannot use martial weapons. Oh man, that's dangerous. Listen, I'll punch you in the chest, and if you don't faint, then you can have it. She also protects her notebook at all costs, because on the front side, that's where she writes her notes, and on the back side is where she's writing her novel. And she just does it because she doesn't want to buy another notebook because she already started on it. Alright, so favorite phrases, I mean, we can just copy-paste her, sayings. You know what? I liked that one joke, the acute angle, so much that goes in the favorite phrases. Along with, I have calculated the means of your defeat. And also, her favorite, did you hear about... Oh, man. Sunder damage would be absolutely horrible. Just every time you say something and mean the opposite, you, as the player, take that damage. We had that once where the DM dealt us pun damage, and it was just portrayed as like an almighty god striking us down for making a bad joke. I think we covered it pretty well. So I don't think there's anything in the other category. Let's just double check to see what Araki. Wine, food, supernatural abilities, attuned to spirits. I don't think she really has any supernatural abilities. She probably has a fire affinity, actually, because of her dad. Oh, and we also, oh man, that... I hope you had a barbarian, because they could have actually used that, otherwise it's absolutely horrible. But yeah, we also determined that, number one, she has, bull horns because of her father, because Moloch was a bull deity. And also, since he's a fire deity, she had a baptism in fire, so her back is burned. Yeah, I don't think you were here for that. I think I did that when you were hanging out elsewhere. Yeah, that's about right. So she has a fire affinity because of her dad. That's all I can think of. I don't think that she'd be attuned to spirits. I guess she's really aware of gods because she's trying to avoid them. But that's about it. Now we can take all of this and apply it to the character sheet. So, we can determine that because she's been trained in spears, she would have a spear. I think we should go with a long spear because she wants to keep people at, like, more than arm's length. And that's a two-handed. So, what I usually do for starting equipment is the... yeah, she just attaches a motor to the pokey stick with tape. It doesn't do anything, but it makes it sciencey. So the way that I like to do equipment is, like, regular 3.5, you roll a certain amount of d4 times 10 based on your class. But not a lot of classes do that. So, luckily for Pathfinder, they have a starting wealth. Now, we can either go with the average or we can take chance. If we only have 20 GP, that means she only starts with her stick, and that could be a really interesting way to introduce her to the party. So let's roll 2d6 and see what we get. Okay, so we have 90 gold to play around with. So let's pop open the calculator. So we have 90 gold. I think, what, 20 of that's going to go towards our spear? We need a medium one. Yeah, that's... shit, that's only 5 GP. That's fantastic. Alright, so long spear does 1d8 of damage times 3 on critical and piercing. Sorry, just going to make sure I got that right. Yeah. And so our attack bonus, I believe, was 0 at the start. Yeah. So base attack plus strength is 1. Damage plus 1. What's the range of the long spear? Really? Yeah, she probably needs to get a little bit more out of her research money. Or maybe she spent it on like a nice new reactor. Alright, so I'm going to actually look up the long spear, because I'm not 100% on... I mean, I think that means 20 feet, so... Yeah, I'm just going to say that's 20 feet. Piercing damage. That's her science pokey stick. Then we have, because we don't need any of those, goods and services. So basically, like, these are the rando items that you might have just hanging out. So, for example, what's something that she would have? She'd probably actually have a belt pouch. Oh yeah, definitely a spyglass. But I don't think we can afford a spyglass unless we figure out a couple of nobles to hang out with. So yeah, the belt pouch would probably help us carry like our sciencey stuff. Here, I'm just going to drag that over so that's easy to find. Of course she's going to... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend, like, 5 gold on paper just to say that we have a notebook. Flint and steel, definitely. Yeah. Because, like, she's not going blindly on this adventure. Like, she absolutely knows what to get. And we also have to think about armor, because she's not going to really have much, but I think she would get something small to, like, protect her. Something light, like a leather thing. Ink pen, definitely, and ink. So let's spend, yeah, 9 on ink pen ink. Oh, geez. See, it's really interesting because not a lot of these apply. Like, she'd probably have chalk, but, like, I hate doing increments of copper pieces and silver pieces, so I have to do something to justify having, like, either that much chalk or spending that much money on it. Oh, geez, definitely bedroll. You need to be able to sleep outside if you're adventuring. You don't have access to your gross lab room. Also, like, we can take the rest of this money with us, so it's no big deal if we don't use it all. But it's always good to be prepared. Geez, if we're going out, we probably have to think about rations, too. So, if 2 days of rations is 1 gold point, then, let's see. We can get 16 rations. That's actually a really good idea. Like, it's the bedroll that she brought from home, so it's still got, like, Doritos hanging out in it. Whoops. So yeah, let's, whoops. Sorry, that was 78.9 minus 8. So we got 70.9, and we've got 16 days of rations. Because we gotta eat. You know what those rations are, the D and Doritos. I want to give her some Alchemist's Fire just to, like, have a projectile weapon. I love Tinder Twigs too, because, like, they're just fantasy matches. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give her some Alchemist Fire just to protect herself. And yeah, you know what? I think that's it. We don't really need a lot. So we're going to add her Owlbear plush. Her crime novel. What else do we say that she keeps around with her? Why do we have that? It definitely is. That's why I like the starter pack system, because it really just helps you get it and you're over with. At least with Arena, like, at the very beginning of Steel Ball Run, they have what Gyro brings into the race. Let's see if I can find it. Because, like, he had a teddy bear with him. Nah, I can't find it. Essentially, like, at the beginning of Steel Ball Run, Gyro had a list of things that he brought. Let's see if that will work. No. Yeah, Gyro had a list of things that he brought into the race, and it was, like, tooth polish and, like, toilet paper, and, like, he throws away the tooth polish and the toilet paper so he can bring his teddy bear. It was really, really cute. And, you know, you can tell that this is how Hirohiko Araki builds his characters because of how much we got from here that Lorelai would be bringing with her. Oh, right. She also has the Sol Lumina book and his poster. There we go. I wonder if maybe, like, she was out just doing some stuff for research or, like, going to another town, and then she swept into the adventure, based on what we have from here. Because, like, if you're going to the next town, it's going to be a couple days' travel, so you'll probably bring a bedroll and some rations. So, yeah, I think with this limited inventory, that's what would happen. Like, she would be swept into the adventure. So, in terms of gold pieces, we still have 50 left, and we have 9 silver pieces. Now we gotta determine skill points. Oh, you would 100% bet that if she gets to another town, she sends a letter telling people to take care of her succubulant, and then also her experiments, I guess. And then she's super into going on adventure and writing about it. Alright, so summoners, for skills, it's 2 plus the intelligence modifier. But there's a D&D rule that you get a multiplier at first level. So here, let's just look it up. Really? All right, well, let's see if it's different for 3.5. Nope, I guess there's no multiplier at first level with this one. I think it might just be Rogue that got the multiplier. So yeah, we get a 2 plus our int, which is not that character sheet, but this one. So we get 4 ranks that we can put into stuff. Oh yeah, and I don't think our Aasimar actually got the spot and listen bonus, because they're lesser. Oh no, they did. No, I forgot about that. There it is. Alright, so we got 4 ranks. What do we want to put them in? Since she's a summoner, obviously we gotta throw some points into planes. So I think throwing 2 in there is probably a good idea. So we got 2 left. Because she's charismatic, diplomacy is probably worth investing in. And should we throw points into use magic device? Or should we throw it into another... Oh, fuck. You know what? We have to throw ranks into physicist. So I think we're going to steal diplomacy, because we're already doing pretty well on that. And we're going to throw it into physicist. Man, we're gonna suck, though. That's so weird that we don't get a multiplier at first level. I'm gonna look that up one more time. No, I mean... That's so weird. But I guess that's just how level 1 is. That's how level 1 do. So those are our skill points. Our touch AC is without armor, and I don't think we're buying any armor. Yeah, we're not going to be buying any armor, because it wouldn't make sense that she would bring it. So her touch AC is going to be 10. And her flat-footed is going to be 10. Basically, she's gotta stick around the back row. Alright. Now, we're gonna go back... Oh. We're gonna go back to, the spell list. Lab coats would be made out of leather. Let's see what the PHB has for armor then. Weapons, armor. We have to go with light armor for sure. So let's it doesn't have... But it does have a spell failure chance, which always sucks. So you know what? I think for the sake of, like... Because she wants to be a perfectionist, so if she has a spell failure check, that isn't like her. So I think that if she knew that she would suck at casting spells if she wore armor, she would choose not to. And that also goes with the fact that I really like playing characters with low HP, so that you really got to consider your actions. So yeah, we are going armorless. So yeah, we're looking at the spell list again. Now that we've considered the backstory, we can actually figure out what spells that she would have. So if I remember correctly, she knows 4 cantrips at the first level and 2 level 1 spells. Exactly, like, in our campaign, fun trumps rules, and character trumps mechanics. And because of that, like, I personally think our stories turn out a lot better. So, what would we have for cantrips? I think she would have to have mending. Because she would, you know, if something breaks in her lab, just making minor repairs without having to hire somebody would be great. Detect magic would also be good, just because of her job. Also, detect magic is, like, something you absolutely need one of your characters to have in a party. Mage Hand, because she's lazy. Exactly. Like if she's trying to delve into the secrets of the arcane and she needs a screwdriver, walking over to the shelf sucks, so Mage Hand would be absolutely paramount. And we get one more thing. One thing I really, really like as an idea is her having days. So that if somebody finds out that she's started writing a novel, or like almost takes a peek at her notebook, she casts Daze and runs away. Pretty much, yeah. Though, yeah, like we would get more cantrips as we level up. So I think adding message on level up would probably work. Because you level up to level 2 pretty quickly. Then we got the first level ones, which is a long list. So what are 2 good level 1s? Unseen Servant would probably work really well in the lab. Oh yeah, I believe Summon Monster 1 is a first level thing for Pathfinder Summoner. So I already get that one. I'm just gonna make double sure. Yeah, it's a spell-like ability to the Charisma modifier, so getting Summon Monster again would only, like, would be if I run out of those and I need to emergency summon. We don't need to get Unfetter because we don't... Our Eidolon is on top of us. Like, it is projected onto us, so we don't really need a distance. But Rejuvenate Eidolon probably keeps us in combat form a lot longer. So that's probably something that we need to throw on there. Ooh, yeah, Identify is a good one. But, yeah, I think just in terms of roleplay, Unseen Servant and Rejuvenate Eidolon would probably be our best bets. So that's our spell list so far. We got no gear to speak of because we are being thrust onto this. So let's check out our first level feat. I think I had a list of feats around here. There we go. All right. So this is literally just a list of feats in every single 3.5 book. Now, if I could remember what feats I took for my previous summoner, that would be great, but that was like, God, I want to say like 20... It was before Fool's Gold, so if that started in 2016, I probably played my summoner from 2014 to 2016, maybe 2015 if we started late. So I have no idea what happened then. I was a different person. I had short hair. Oh shit. Eschew Materials is really good. Just casting spells without material components. That could really pay off in the long run. Plus, I forgot to buy a spell component pouch, so... I think we're taking that one. So, I'm just going to copy that and we'll take a look at what other stuff we got. We don't need any attack stuff, that's for sure. Actually, you know what would be good? 3.5 roleplay feats. Because I find that in terms of feats, either you take stuff that benefits your combat at level 1, or you take something that works with your character. D&D Wiki has some role-playing feats just right here, so... Oh, god damn it. Applied Scholastics looks so good, but we need we would need to be much higher level. Style was a really fun one. I threw that one on Arena. And essentially, it's if you describe your action really, really well, the DM gives you a plus on it. No, I think eschew materials is probably the best thing that we can do right now. Because, material components suck. Like, if you're a caster and you get thrown in jail and your spell component pouch is gone, you can't cast. Exactly. So yeah, we're going to do eschew materials. And I believe that's... Alright, so... Left red, right blue, hair, white. Yeah, we ignore components too, except for when, like, we're separated from our component pouch. Essentially, like, you have all the components that you need, unless specified. So this removes the unless specified part. Skin. Tanned. Alright. Now we gotta figure out her height and weight. She's divinity, so you would think that maybe she would be a bit taller, because gods and such are usually quite tall, unless specified, so but then again, if she were too tall, like, nobles might not be so much drawn to her. So let's make her, like, tall for a girl. Let's make her, like, 5'10". And you know, she doesn't really have much in the way of athletics, because she sort of hangs out in her lab and eats Doritos in her bedroll. So she's probably kind of chubby. So maybe at 5'10", we'll throw her in at, like... Let's do 180? Her mom could be short, yeah. But yeah, she's a bit chubby. She doesn't do much around the house or outside of the house, so 5'10" at 180, so she's looking pretty good. I think that's it for her. Now we just have to figure out her Eidolon. So we gotta pop by 2 different things. So that's the spell list, which we can get rid of now. We need the... Oh, you know what? I had it open. Jeez. Yeah, what length is her hair? I think it's wavy long hair. Like, that she has to keep out of her eyes. Like, as I said earlier, like, she has, she just wears hairpins mishmash just to keep her hair out of her eyes in the lab, and she only really takes care of it when she's, yeah, like, she'd have a messy bun. Well, actually, Like, I like the idea of a messy bun, but she like doesn't have a hair tie. She just reaches back and ties it in a knot, and then like at the worst possible moment, it falls down. Yeah, I think when she's working, she puts it in a bun, and then normal times she lets it hang out. Uh, but it's wavy long hair. She uses Mage Hand to keep it out of her eyes, but like, if she's really concentrating and she can't, like, if she really needs help, she'll cast Unseen Servant just to have the force hold her hair back. Or if or if she drinks like a potion that she's accidentally like mixed with something else, she'll have the Unseen Servant hold her hair back while she throws up. She knows enough about magic to know that you can use it for like stupid mundane things. But now we got to do our Eidolon. So we have to have two things open for that. Number one, we got Fused Link. So what that does is we can apply our own hit points to our Eidolon, which makes it so that we can like prevent us from going untransformed. So we're going to add that to our abilities. Whoops. Where's the synthesist? There we go. Fused Link. And that replaces Lifelink, which I believe, if I recall correctly, is the opposite. We can use the temporary hit points from our Eidolon to make us last longer. So yeah, this is going to be really important for us right here, because what we're doing is, instead of making an Eidolon friend, we're overlaying the Eidolon onto us. It's kind of like that one season of Digimon where they like fused with their cores to become Digimon. Yeah, this build is really fun. I'm gonna see if I can convince Felix to let this be my backup character or something. I'd have to level her up immensely, but I might also use her in like a different campaign because this is really fun. All right, so with the fused Eidolon, they essentially become your armor, and you become one creature. You take their physical scores, and you take your mental scores, and you essentially create the perfect character. Like, which is why when you're creating a synthesis summoner, your dump stats are your physical stats, because your Eidolon's dump stats are its mental stats, because it can't think. Plus, when you fight, you use the Eidolon's attack stuff. So we're essentially going from a scientist to a fighter whenever we summon our Eidolon. And it's really, really cool. And that's why we're making it, like, that's why it works as a Kamen Rider build. Or like a Power Rangers build, because you're transforming into the superhero from a regular person. Alright, so we got our Eidolon. What are we gonna call this form? Because, like, in terms of Kamen Rider, just looking at the action figures I have, like, we got Cyclone Joker for double. We've got, like, Base States Forze. We've got Flame Style Wizard. We've got, let's see, Sword Form Den-O, which is kind of boring. Rising Hopper 01. I guess, what would our armor look like if she's a warrior of science? And there was already a warrior of science in Kamen Rider. That was Kamen Rider Build, but he looks like he would behave fundamentally differently than what we're going for. So if we're going for something like that, maybe we play on the spear that Belial gave us and use that as sort of our foundation for what the Eidolon's going to look like. So maybe this form is called, like... We'll call this one Stinger form. Because that's what you do with a spear. It's going to be Eidolon 1. It's going to be an Eidolon. Doesn't have an alignment, doesn't have a deity. I'm the player. It's medium. Doesn't have an age. Doesn't have a gender. It's going to be our height, our weight, Are we going to be able to see our eyes through this? I think if Belial gave this to us, he would probably be like... It would probably have the red eyes. Because I like the idea that our whole fighting form is based on what Belial taught us. Yeah, maybe we have, like, just a red visor. No hair. And, you know, if we're going for the whole, like, Belial theme, let's go with red and black for, like, the look of the armor. Or actually, you know, instead of red and black, if we're going for Fallen Angel, it should be red and white. Or, you know, red, black, and white. And the idea that I'm having with her Eidolon, because it's, you know, well, not a sentient armor, but it's an armor that is produced from something that is an aspect of her, that it's attaching itself to the most powerful part of her, which is the fallen angel side. And she might not essentially like that, but because it's more combat accurate, like, she has to embrace it. Plus, it's like her giant discovery, so, you know, I think being of use to science... Ha! I think you get 1d4 pun damage for that. But I think because of science, her love for her achievement outweighs her hate for the aspects of her fallen angel ancestry. So it has a hit die. Which is a d10. And a +1 base attack bonus. Yeah, so Eidolon creation is really, really in-depth. So let's just get the easy stuff out of the way. Because we have to choose good saves and poor saves depending on the form that it takes, which is going to be humanoid, but we have to figure out that. Alright, so how about... So we have to roll a d10. And we re-roll ones in this house, as I've said earlier. Alright, so we're going to start with 5. And we're going to increase that once we figure out our base scores. Now, I don't recall if we have to roll scores. No, it is determined by the base form. So this is where it gets really, really cool. Because we're making an armor, it's not going to be... Like, it's going to be based on this form, so it's going to be what we're going to look like. So, like, if we have an aquatic base form, then, like, we can have, like, a shark-themed thing. Or if we have, like, a quadruped one, then we can, like... When we transform, we go into, like, a four-legged state. Unfortunately, so the fallen angel that she's based on is Moloch, which is a bull. So the aquatic and avian don't make sense to do. We could do the quadruped, but that wouldn't be where we're going for, like, trying to create a transforming hero kind of deal. So our options are probably going to be biped or toric. And I'm not 100% on wanting the toric one. So I think we're going to go with the vanilla one for now. We're going to go with biped. So its size is medium. 30 feet speed. Basic stuff. +2 natural armor. It's got a bad reflex save, but good fortitude and will. So we get a 0 on reflex and 2 on fort and will. Yeah, so with Eidolons, like, this is just the start. Like, this is just your base. You get this pool of evolution points, which lets you add a whole bunch of different stuff. We got 3 at the beginning, so it's going to be really, really cool. In terms of if I do a stream where we level this character up. Because I'm going to be honest, it's getting kind of late and I got work in the morning, so we're going to finish off the Eidolon, and I think we're going to call it. Alright, so we get +2 in fort and will, and 0 in reflex. 2, 0, 2. Alright. See, if we had a fortitude and reflex, that would have been better, but I wonder if there's anything in synthesis. No, there's nothing extra. So, we're just going to... Yeah. So its attack is 2 claws, 1d4 each. So... does it have a multiplier? I don't think you can crit with its claws. 16, 12, 13. Then 7, 10, 11. Yeah, what's nice about this interactive character sheet is that it does all the math for you. The downside, of course, is that whenever you have to edit it, you have to, like, go back into it, you don't have a pencil to do it right then and there. So what I like to do is just fill out this character sheet for the beginning stuff so I don't have to keep erasing stuff on the physical one. And I just bring the paper one in. All right. I don't think I've ever used that one. Mind you, our campaigns run really, really long, so it's very rare that I have to make a new character. It's actually quite nice to do it so soon. Alright. So now, its base attack is +1. And already you can see that, like, it's night and day how much better the Eidolon is physically than Lorelei. So when we combine them, like, Lorelei is going to have 16, 12, 13 for the attack stuff, and then 15, 14, 19 for the mind stuff, and it's going to be, like, fantastic for her. So because of that, we have 6 hit points because of the con. And we have Dark Vision, Link, and Share Spells. So the Eidolon can actually cast spells, like we can cast our spells through Eidolons. That's really cool if you're a regular summoner, because you can like send your Eidolon over there, and then it can cast whatever you want to cast. What does Link do? Mental Link, Communication. Okay, so that's not gonna have any effect on us. But we have Dark Vision, which we already had, but we have it. Oh, that's interesting. Does Biped have a bonus? No, it doesn't look like it. Let's just check this out. Nope. So Biped's pretty boring, so I kind of figured it would be kind of like that. So our bonus, 1 plus 3 equals 4. No crit, I believe. Range is close, so 5 feet. And claws are usually slashing damage. We got 2 of those. I believe that means that we have 2 natural attacks, so... But I think we can swap out the claws for, like, stingers, because that's what we're going for with this one, because it's based on a spear. So those are the base forms, and these are the evolutions. So this is what makes Eidolons really, really fun. Each evolution costs points, and you have a pool on them based on your Eidolon's level. So, like, you get 3 points at level 1 versus, like, 17 at level 13. And then you also have a limit on how many attacks that you have in terms of options. So we got 2 claws right now because we chose the biped form, and we got those for free. But we can swap them out for something, or rather add something else, and that would count towards our next attacks. We want to swap out the claws if it, like, we go over 3, I guess. So we also have to consider the fact that we are our Eidolon, so we can skip some stuff. So, like, we can give it basic magic, but a lot of these we can already learn ourselves. So because our Eidolon is going to be our physical attacker, and we're going to be able to cast our own magic, we're going to want to focus on, like, attacks. So these are the 1-point evolutions. We've already got Dark Vision, so that's not going to be a big deal. Improved damage might be really, really good. Because it raises the attack die by 1 step. So instead of doing a d4, we would be doing a d6. So I think improved damage is probably going to be a good 1-point evolution. Whoops. We're going to bump up our claws to 1d6 plus 3. It looks like we can't improve our natural armor until level 5, so that's definitely something that I'd want to get that we're going to wait for. I like to think that, like, fused, like, transformed Lorelei is way more aggressive. Like, she gains, like, combat sense because of it. Let's see what else there is. Oh, absolutely. Oh, hey, Sting. Our form is literally called Stinger, so I think we gotta give it that. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a tail. So I think we're gonna have to give it a tail. Let's take a look at what else there is. We can steal buffs by... Yeah, if the tail is the spear, that would be really, really cool. But I want to take a look, because we have 3 points. And, like, if we take a 2-point evolution for the energy attacks, we can give it the property of fire. So maybe we have to rethink the idea of the Eidolon if we want to go with fire. Maybe we instead call it the Fallen form, and then rely more on the claws. And then, depending on the course of the story, maybe our Eidolon changes forms to be closer to Belial once we get more evolution points and once we get closer to Belial. Mind you, giving it flight would also work because, number 1, she has the fly skill, and number 2, like, with the whole Pegasus thing with Belial. But I think that would be a later evolution. Yeah. You know what? I think giving it energy attacks would probably work if it's going to be our Fallen form. And then that would... Exactly. Like, it would really, really help with that conflict that she has. Because, like, this is basically telling her that, like, what she is as her main form of combat. And she's going to have to accept that throughout the course of the campaign. And maybe that could be a theme that she faces where, you know, as she progresses, she realizes, you know what? I am the daughter of a fallen angel. And I have to use that power the way I see fit instead of trying to hide it out of embarrassment. And that's some character growth that could happen just based on mechanics alone. So yeah, all of our natural attacks deal 1d6 points of energy damage, this time being fire. Oh shit, no, we can't, because we have to be level 5 before selecting it. So you know what? We're going to make sure that we can actually select it. Yeah, 5th level. So I think flight and energy attacks are going to come at level 5. Maybe I'll do another, like, part stream where we level her up to something interesting just to see how she would go. Maybe instead then. Nah, I don't think Avian... Well, maybe. Because we could go with Avian for our Fallen Angel form. Mm-hmm. Because current campaign, I think we're at level 14, so I'd need to level her up to that. That might be a good idea, actually. Those are the 3-point evolutions. We can't actually take those yet. Oh, I got it. We'll give it weapon training. Oh, you know what? I'd have to take a look at the synthesis thing, because if it has weapon proficiency like we do, then... Doesn't say anything about weapon proficiency. I think it would have to be up to the DM whether a fused Eidolon would be able to use weapons, or if it would have to rely on natural attacks. No, you know what? I'm wrong. It can use all the same gear, so we would be able to use the spear in fused form. Which makes weapon training just completely moot. See, all the cool stuff you can't take at first level. It kind of sucks, so I think we're gonna have to only take 1-point evolutions in this one. So I think we're going to take resistance for fire damage, just to keep with the theme. And also because it's a 1-point evolution that we can take at level 1. And we get 5 resistance to fire attacks. Don't know where we'd be able to put that, but let's just throw it here. You get more evolution points as you level up. So, you know, at level 2, you get 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, like, by level 5, we'd have four. Yeah, we'd have 4 evolution points, which means. So, you don't. How can I explain it? They're a pool. Oh, shit. I was reading that wrong. We have 8 at level 5. So, you don't get 8 points at level 5. You are at 8 points. And then every level up, you can actually redo your Eidolon however you want it to. So, like, let's say you start as the sort of fallen feral kind of thing, and then as your character progresses, they might actually wander more towards the divinity part. So, like, when you level up, you'd be able to change the entire look and make it be, like, more angelic in nature. Alright, so how about we give it bleed on the claw attacks? Yeah, the Pathfinder Summoner, I personally think, is the definitive version of Summoner, just because of how well it works with character growth. So yeah, we're gonna give it bleed to play on the whole, like, fallen aspect, uh, until we get fire damage. I think it's very reasonable to say that we get bleed until we can light things on fire. We'll get rid of it at level 5. Alright. Then let's just check to see if I've got everything. Dark Vision, Link, share spells. Where would I put those? Because I don't think Eidolons can learn feats, so I think I'm just going to throw their abilities there. That's actually... Cauterizing Wounds is a really good explanation for that, too. Let's just double check. Okay, so we got 4 skill ranks that we can throw in. Let's just double check. Okay, so Eidolons can use any skill, but it has to, like, actually have the appendages too. So because we're a biped, we can use any of those skills. The class skills are Bluff. Wow, we can lie in this form. Craft, Knowledge, Planes. So let's just do these in order. Bluff, Craft, Knowledge, Planes. Perception, Sense Motive, and Stealth. Now, if I remember correctly, Perception wasn't actually a 3.5 skill, so we'll have to take a look at what it translates to. Yeah, converting between Pathfinder and 3.5 is interesting. I think we're gonna say that perception is spot and listen. Oh no, is search a Pathfinder skill? I'll just search up the character sheet. Okay, so if it isn't a Pathfinder skill, then we're probably going to have to say that perception covers search. I mean, I'm glad to have you here because I have another friend that plays Pathfinder. It's always fun just trying to figure out what skills translate. There we go. So, yeah, perception should count for search as well. Sense motive, stealth. So stealth is a combined hide and move silent. I know that much. Oh, but I think would include. Nope, it wouldn't include disguise. Yeah, I really like how streamlined Pathfinder is, because, like, if you are stealthy, then yeah, you should probably be able to hide and move silent at the same time. Or, like, if you're charismatic, you should be able to, like, bluff and, you know, be a diplomat. The one thing that I disagree with is intimidate and diplomacy. Like, I think that those should definitely be separate skills because your character should not... If you have a small, cute character, then, like, people would expect them to be diplomacy-focused rather than intimidate, and you can do some really cool things with those two skills. And at first level, we can choose 4 additional skills to be class skills. So we want our Eidolon to be combat focused. So I think having jump... Where are you, Jay? I think having jump, tumble... Those two are going to be important for class skills. We got 2 more. Let's see. I think Intimidate's going to be good for the Fallen Eidolon, because being able to, like, really spook somebody is probably a good thing to do. And then... yeah, probably climb. Balance would have been good, but I think climb's going to be a bit more prominent. Though it doesn't make sense if we can tumble if we can't balance. Nah, I do think I'm going to keep it as it is. So for Eidolons... So we have 4... Okay, so we would have to bring our intelligence for the Eidolon to 10 in order to get extra skill ranks. But right now we have 4. Yeah, I think later, once we evolve the Eidolon, we can spec it towards different things. Like we can absolutely change it to a dex build later levels if we feel like it. So that's why I really love about these. They're so modifiable as you level up. So we got 4 skill ranks, which means we got to put them in things that make sense. Now, our Eidolon is going to be sharing our stats for Int, Wiz, and Charisma, which means we can actually use the good numbers for those. So I have a feeling that maybe we should throw some ranks into Intimidate. Let's do 2. Yeah, like, building an Eidolon is definitely a long-term kind of thought process. So if you're really excited to get something cool at the beginning, it's kind of disappointing. But if you figure, like, oh man, my character is going to change, so is my summon, it's a really exciting feeling. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do this. You know, you have to pick up after it. You know, if your Eidolon poops, you gotta put it in a plastic bag, and if it flies off and chases the squirrels, you're gonna really have to give it a good talking to. So what I'm going to do, because we're the synthesis summoner, and when we summon our Eidolon, it goes on top of us. I'm actually going to throw some of our stats onto the Eidolon page, just because we don't want to have to go between 2 character sheets and do math all the time. So because of that, it's going to have 15, 14, 19. And it's going to have our spear, because we can actually use it in that form. So spear plus 1, 1d8 plus 1. Oh, actually, no. Because it's base attack plus strength, so it would be 1d8 plus 3 in this form, and then plus 4. Times 3 for crit. 20-foot range. Piercing. And then because of that, if you take a look, our ability scores have been updated. So our our Intimidate score went from 2 to 6 because of the version of the Eidolon that we're playing. And what's also really nice is that the Eidolon's hit points are added to ours as temporary hit points. So because of that, Lorelei has 6, Fallen has 6, we have 12 in total, and then after 6 we get knocked out of that form. And then the skill that we have, Lifelink, basically makes it so that we can feed our own hit points into these temporary hit points so that we don't get knocked out of transformed form, like, right off the bat. Let's take a look at armor. And I think we've made our character. There we go. So we got our character sheet for Lorelei Moloch. We've got the Fallen form, because that's her Eidolon. And then we've got her entire character history right here. Unfortunately, it's getting really late for me, so I think I'm going to call it before we write the backstory, like, in its entirety, as, like, a novel. So, I don't know if I'm going to do another creation stream too soon. I do time in Pacific Standard, but I'm in Mountain Standard right now, and it's like midnight 20. Yeah, it was really great hanging out with you. Thank you so much for your input on the character. It's really nice being able to bounce ideas off of people. Here, I'm just gonna swap out to the Ending Soon card, because Streamlabs lets me do that. So yeah, I'm probably going to... Oh geez, wow. That's probably when I'm gonna end up going to sleep, to be completely honest. But yeah, I'm gonna be going back to Fate Stay Night on Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I don't know when I'm gonna do the next D&D creation stream. I'll see if maybe I can do it next Saturday, or, you know, if I finish Fate super early. But I'll be posting all this stuff onto Twitter. We got some really good stuff done today, and thank you for joining me. I'll catch you next time.